Check 1 2. Check. Mic check. All right, here we go. I'm gonna shorten this thing down over here. This introduction is too long, but I think I need it there because I'm gonna be working on background stuff. Which people are freaking out. Gotta be. There ain't no way around it. And it got disco. Let's get right into it as quick as we can. Sort by newest. Customization. Save all that. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? We'll get right into it. Hold on a second. I got one quick thing I gotta do. I got some work here in the background. Just watching here, see what's gonna happen. I'll give you guys an update as to what I'm looking at here. All right. Turn all that on. I think everything is good to go. Oh, no, I got one more thing I got to do. A little bit of weakness on the open here this morning. We've got some big economic news coming out. I don't know if this weakness is... Well, I shouldn't say that. I guess we'll start at the top. What am I looking at here? The first thing is... Hang tight here. I got a couple things I got to do. Still have a few more things I got to do. So it looks like we had yesterday, or I was told that we had I guess Flama Blanca, or a bot that was impersonating Flama Blanca had posted in a private room. I could be wrong in this, but this is my understanding of it. So bear with me. We'll get GME today and AMC today. Let's see here. We'll look at Tesla as well. But this is one of the things that we run into with the Discord. It being a completely free Discord has been a challenge for us. Let me post that real quick. It's been a challenge for us on Discord. No matter what Discord does, no matter what it does, but when it's a free Discord, anybody can get in. One of the biggest parts of that too is scammers and bots will go in and get your member lists. They'll create fake Discords. So I think there's two or three fake CaptainJimJames Discords. I'm not the only one this happens to, but it's very common to have when you have a free Discord for fake Discords to be created. Then people start charging in there as well, which is wild as fuck. That even happens. So we were talking about switching over to even a minimally paid Discord, even if it was just like under $10 or something, because what that does, it kicks out or it stops the bots and the scammers and all that stuff in your Discord. It's like just that last extra layer just gets rid of them. So yesterday I was cracking jokes about Flama Blanca. I was like, Flama Blanca's a bear? You know, I'm just fucking around joking about it, but I put his trading view handle in and it was like Pooh Bear or something. And I thought that was Flama Blanca because I could be wrong or something, but I think the general gist at this point, or as of this morning, was there was a bot in that private channel. We cleared it up this morning. We put we think is Flama Blanca. I don't know if Pooh Bear was one of the regular mods because we got a bunch of bear mods too. So it could have been. I could have mixed it up, but what up, Blissowitz? Good morning, brother. I think we cleared it up though this morning. So Flama should be okay. Now, as in terms of price action this morning, let's take a quick look at some stuff here. So I made a post on Twitter this morning where I said it's one of those moments where people that really, I guess, publicly seem like they hate each other can rub it in on each other, right? So we're at this moment in the stock market where you've got everybody weighing in on what they think is going to happen, right? You got people weighing in and emotionally weighing in. Sometimes they are cathartically weighing in on their sentiment, right? And it's weird. Week or two ago, not too much bearish sentiment. Correction. There was correction sentiment, right? We start with correction sentiment. We're due for a correction. We knew that we were due for a correction. And so then we get the correction. And then, of course, at that time period, we're talking about, man, I'd love to buy 430. We trade for 20 and 18, I believe, yesterday. I think we did 418 yesterday, day before, whatever. But anyways, we're trading down here, right? An extension to the downside. And we're at that next place, right? Where we're going to find out if we trade down to that 416, 412, and even lower. We have lower targets like 403. I think it's 4,003, and then we'll look at those targets today too. But this is kind of a crucial moment, and the key point here is that even though we could trade there, there's something looming larger in the background. So, you go from if you remember, as we're trading up, we're like, we're due for a correction. We're due for one period. We even made videos about it, like, hey, we're due for a fucking correction here. So we correct. But then as we head down, right where we are right now, you would think before we had that correction, I'd fucking love to buy that price, right? Now that we're here, you've got people raving that crash is coming. And why are they raving is because of the extension down. Had we bounced off 430, that daily trigger would not have swooped over and down. It was kind of hanging out up there, just waiting for price to bounce. But price didn't bounce. Price traded down below into the 20s. And then the daily trigger began to follow price down to the weekly trigger. And right now, it is looming to the upside or just above the weekly trigger. And this morning, when I woke up, I turned on the triggers, and I'm looking at a daily chart of SPX, SPY, and NASDAQ, right? Now, NASDAQ doesn't look as bad, believe it or not. But SPX and SPY this morning was like you forget the weekend scaries or Sunday scaries. It was looking pretty gnarly. It was looking really ominous, right? So you're either going to get that thread the needle where we trade higher, and I mean quickly, like explosive moves to the upside, or we start rejecting and heading to the downside, right? It gets pretty, and I mean downside, like not the kind that you're thinking of. So we'll take a look at that this morning. We're going to look at why there actually is risk. Like there is reason to be concerned here. So if we switch over to the trigger screen here and we go to a daily chart, and what makes where we are potentially extremely volatile. Now, this little sideways bar here was not here this morning, so we're gonna get rid of this little bar here. This little daily bar was not here. See if we can go on here. We're gonna make that pitch black. I don't know why this doesn't want to show up, but nope, still doesn't want to show up. I don't know why that is. Okay, fuck it. Anyways, point is this. the point is that this morning, see if we can X this out, right? Yeah, there we go. This is what I woke up to this morning, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, wow, this doesn't look good, right? this doesn't look healthy in any way, shape, or form, right? If you see this yellow line is just careening down right now and just begging, to reject, right? So you've got you've got triggers racing to the downside, and it's just begging, right, to come up and reject, right, to the downside. So to come up here, squeeze higher, and then blast down. Now, saying squeeze higher and then blast down, another famous trick that takes place is pinning. So what you would see is rather than the squeeze, you just see the market get pinned right where we are, and we just roll. So remember what I'm saying to you right now. It's important that you remember what I'm saying to you right now, because when I tell you we're going to squeeze, and we're either going to squeeze and blast through, or we're going to thread the needle through, right? That would be where we squeeze up and thread the needle before the cross happens, right? You get the squeeze. So ready for this? You get the squeeze, rejection of the downside. You get the squeeze, thread the needle and through, or you get repressed price, and then we just roll. Okay, that's where we don't actually go up. Time passes, and then we just straight blast to the downside. It would be choice number 3. I guess if you were Theta Gang, you would say some bullshit like we're going to trade this sideways and then make a decision up or down. That's possible. I guess if you're Theta Gang, you could make an argument for that, but is that really what's going to happen? More than likely not. So more than likely not. So you're going to get a move. It's going to be wild and dangerous, whether to the up or down side. I also posted this morning some key levels for you for SPX and SPX and SPY. I should have posted the bottom numbers below the hourly trigger, because on SPY it's 403.64. That's pretty steep, right? Talking about a 200-point move here on SPY if it rejects. So it's a pretty big deal, right? It's not nothing to be trifled with, joked with. Its implications. And you can see right now so this is a 1-minute chart, right? And currently, price is still, let me see here, I got some wonkiness going on here. Make sure I got that right. Price is still rejecting right here off the hourly trigger, right? So we got to get above that hourly trigger. This is an important like delineator for you if you're a bull. So you do not want to be underneath this daily trigger, or excuse me, the hourly trigger in any way, shape, or form. Currently, we are underneath that hourly trigger. You see it right there. That's the green line, or the HT that's right here. We want to be above that. Okay, so we need to be above that. We need price above the 1, the 5, and the hourly trigger to make that move higher. And so if you're a bull, right? I guess if you're a buyer or a bull, you need price above that hourly trigger. And you need to attack the weekly and daily trigger. I think they're almost down to 430 and 435. If you don't, or if you fail, or if price stays underneath those things, or rejects those two higher numbers, it does not bode well for you. Now, for myself, I placed the trade in the belief that we are going to go up here. Now, I do think that I personally believe that we're going to go up, reject, and go lower. I still think like 415 or 414, 416 is on the table. Either today or even if we squeezed, we'd come back down and slam that lower number and then bounce and run for the rest of October. But saying that, saying all of that, the whole hand grenades and horseshoes thesis, right? I still don't want to see us trade down here. I don't want to see us bouncing down here. So this is kind of my place down here. Like, so where this is right here, I don't care if we come down here, come back up. But I definitely, if I see us heading down here today, it's going to make me want to sell. It's not going to make me want to stay in this trade down here. So I'm going to assume at this point that this prior low here, this 420.18, somewhere down in here, is going to be like the max pain for you as a bull. This is where they were buying, right? So I'm gonna guess here. I'm gonna guess here if you wanna if you're trying to if we're gonna go up and you're trying to put the pain on, it's down here, right? That's where the actual pain is for a bottom buyer, dip buyer. So pay attention to that, to this zone down here, this 420.59, 420.18. And you know what I don't want to see happen is I don't want to see the rejection, right? And then we come down here and slam down into that 416.84. It'll most definitely trigger my long here. And I don't want to see any of this stuff either. I guess there could be an argument that we bounce down here, but I am super afraid of that bounce. Super afraid of that bounce and then this daily trigger coming down. So the idea here would be, hold on here. The idea here would be if we were to head down to the downside, right? And you're like, oh, all's clear, Cap, no big deal. We're going to buy this dip. But this daily trigger actually comes down to this weekly. And whatever bounce this is a major rejection because you'd have a daily trigger, a weekly trigger, likely an hourly trigger stuck up here. And you get a 3-trigger bear cross or bear rejection here. This would be like the death trade for the market. So I would be really wary to put any risk on with this kind of price action down here. It would force me to only rebuy with the daily, with a price breaking through that weekly and daily and picking it up right up here, somewhere in here. But any of this action down here, I want nothing to do with it. I don't, and I'm more afraid of this rejection of the downside if that does happen. Now, making all those statements there, right? It's kind of your sealed fate down here. Kind of know what's coming, kind of stuff. So the bulls kind of have to pull it out their ass, right? They gotta do this, they gotta do that, and they gotta escape. That's the thread the needle trade. They have to escape all that doom and gloom that the bears are selling out there. So we'll see how this plays out. We do have some economic news. People are claiming could be the catalyst. So we'll see if there really is. We've got the unemployment report tomorrow morning, unemployment rate as well, hourly wages at 8:30 tomorrow morning. This morning we had claims, and we had Cleveland Fed President Meister speaking. Then at 12 today we actually have Daly speaking and Barr speaking. So we'll find out. We'll find out who's right and who's wrong. I don't know if it really matters who's right or who's wrong either. As long as you're aware where we are, matters the most. So As long as you know that if we reject and start selling this hourly trigger, you know where we're headed. You know that if we get above that hourly trigger and start trading up to that weekly and daily, where we're headed and what to expect, right? You're prepared for it, up or down, whatever that answer may be. And that awareness is more of the fight than you even realize, but a lot of people don't have that awareness of what that means. If we start breaking through, you can actually see it right here. You actually see it right here. It's like the last. It's kind of like the last place. Like, watch this cursor right here. It's kind of like the last, the rug right here. I guess you call this the rug pull right here. Because underneath this, there ain't shit, right? There ain't nothing underneath this. And it ain't pretty down below. Most definitely, you can actually see it right here. Where it's not pretty down there. It's kind of like, see ya. And that's where the market goes. It kind of is just it's just bad as that cross takes place. As that daily trigger crosses that weekly, should be pretty nasty. Should be, the results typically are some kind of a crash, not just correction at that point. And you're seeing weakness right now. S&P 500 trading 422.50. Let me see if I can go. See if I can show. Oh, I'm already showing it right now. Let me bring my remote over here. My mouse. You're seeing rejection off of this 423.84. Trying to trade this down right now. Weakness in the S&P 500. I'm just going to put this on the screen so you can see it. Breaking below the previous low. Next target to the downside is yesterday's low. That is where S1 is down below here. Just so you can see it in the bottom screen. Watch my cursor down here. You'll see this previous low here. And then you've got the low of the morning yesterday at 420.56. 420.56. Also note down here this purple line. See if I can make this large so you can see it. This is where I bought in. And this whole zone down here, this is where the max pain is for any dip buyers right down here. So pay close attention to that. And we'll see if we're bearish here or not, if we're going to end up rolling this market or not. This would be a fundamental trend change for S&P 500, the Qs. And we would see it. Trust me, you'll definitely see it. If the panic sets in, it'll be fun to watch. It will most certainly be fun to watch. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Good to see y'all this morning. I got something else to tell you this morning. I will not be here later this afternoon. And I didn't know this, and I found this out last night, but I have a doctor's appointment today at 2:30 in the afternoon that I have to attend. So I have to get ready to go to this thing at 12:30ish or so. So what I'll do is I will leave the stream up today while I go to this appointment. So I'm going to ask the moderators on Twitch and YouTube to moderate the chat for me while I'm gone, and then I'll leave the stream up until 4 p.m. I think I should be back by 4. If not, I'll have somebody turn it off for me. But you'll have the stream up today, even though I won't be here for the latter part of the day. Good to see you, Jimmy. How you been, man? Been doing really good. Yeah, people are freaking out, without a doubt. 100%. People are freaking out. When you start seeing rich people freaking out, I'm like, something's wrong. Trading down to S1 right now, looking to trade 421.66. SPUs, well, let me put these on this chart here so you have the targets. 421. There's your S1 right there. Put that up. Make that white. Trading the early low of the day yesterday on S1. S2 is 418.67. Right there-ish. I guess it can come down just here. No, up one more tick right there. Okay. Get S2 right here. Put that one right there. Roll that over there for you. Trading the late afternoon low right now. Yesterday at 2:24 in the afternoon. Trading that right now. Finding out if that support's still here. Hell yeah, Sunday never ends. How are you, brother? He's got his Hey Bazra. Hey, by the way, thanks Bazra. If any of you that were supposed to, any moderators or administrators, if you're watching the stream right now, if you if you do not have access to the TradingView tools, let me know in the chat this morning. I think Flan Blanca had an issue yesterday. We corrected that this morning. If any of you out there are moderators and you're like, hey, I don't have access, let me know in the chat right now. Yeah, you're overworked right now. Yeah, there's still I got some professional friends that are in the financial industry, and they're saying that they're still in the shit weeds right now from closing out Q3. Give me one quick second here. I gotta check one thing here in the background. Give me one quick second, guys. I gotta check some emails this morning. Hang tight. SPX dealer gamma this morning is minus 955 million, up 1,068 million. Gamma flips at 4370. Supports at 4250. Zero date support is at 4230 and 4235. So if you're trading gamma today, so right now SPX is at 4233. So 4233 is where the zero date, or excuse me, we're at trading 4233 right now. Zero date support is at 4230 and 4235. The put wall is at 4200 on SPX, so slightly lower. What else we got here? Yeah, we're waiting on NFP for tomorrow. VIX is trading 19% below at the money vol, shifting higher. What else we got here? I think that's it. That's all I got for you this morning on Gamma. I'm setting up a trade right now for calls. Now, supposedly we are close to bottom here on the put wall. So I'm looking at 424 Cs right now. They're 34 cents currently, 35 cents on the bid ask. So 424 C. I'm not going to trade this just yet, but I am looking to here in just a moment. I don't want to get caught in a rejection here. So right here. Don't want to get caught in this rejection to the downside. Catch this and go lower than S1. There's a small trade in here. There's a brief trade, I should say. There's a brief trade right here, but I'd really like to see some kind of a turnaround like this. And then maybe pick it up right there at 422.60. So we'll see. Oh, I should have bought that. Patience, patience. I should have bought that, but whatever, patience. So we're supposedly at bottom-ish right now, close. We'll see what happens. What up? Is that Mission P777? What's up, brother? Good to see you this morning. Let me check an email real quick, or a message I got to check on. Non-farm payrolls. Let me check this right here. Got told no on that one. Yeah. Sure. You know, if I had picked a second, if I had to pick a second, or if I was a child, as an adult, if I was going to, as an adult, look back and say, what would have been something you would have liked to have, like, I've learned parts of this, not recently, but when I was younger, I did some code. Matter of fact, I did coding when I was a kid. I used to have like Commodore 64 and used to have a bunch of an Apple IIe, 2C, all that stuff. 2E, yeah, Apple IIe. I even had an Apple II GS. Used to code when I was a kid. I used to get magazines. Used to go down to a bookstore and get magazines, and I did coding. And fell in and out of it through my life, but never like took it up as a career path or stayed in it to where I know what, I have no idea what I'm doing with coding. None. Zero. But I wish I had, and I wish I had stuck with it all those years. There's one thing that I could have learned that bothers me now. It's probably that. Because I have no idea what that, like, or in the grand scheme of things. Like, I relate it to, like, cooking. You can be a decent home cook, but you're never going to be what a professional commis is or a chef. And you'd be laughed right out of the room if you try to, even if it's like, I guess the point being is, even if you're a good, like, coder at home or something, generally speaking, a professional is going to still be light years ahead of you. And not even the same ballpark, in my view. So, kind of wish that I had done that though. If I could go back, that's probably go to school for it. You still have your C64 and 128? Holy shit. I had the 128 too. I had the 128. My dad was awesome. My dad was like, if I wanted something like that, he was on it. It was like, you want a computer? Done. I had a Commodore 128 too. That was the pinnacle for me. I think that was the pinnacle. I think the Commodore 128 was the pinnacle until, was it like a 286 or a 386 or 486 or something like that came out? I think the Commodore was like I think I could be misremembering this, but I thought the Commodore 128 and the Apple II GS was like the shit at one point until you started getting into much larger scale computing. I could be wrong on that, but let me know if I'm wrong on that. Circular 2000, don't know what that is. Yeah, I saw the 10-year get bounced this morning. I looked at the 10-year. I saw the 10-year roll, and then I watched the 10-year bounce this morning. All right, fuck it, I'm long. That didn't take long. I'm long here. I hope I don't get rolled to the downside. I'm like, there ain't no fucking puts down there. I'm like, we're gonna park this shit and wait for fucking NFP tomorrow. So we'll see. Place your bets for Friday Doom. Yeah, it was right. The 486. I think that like that era. Tell me if I'm wrong in the chat. I think there was like this whole era of Apples and Commodores. And then we went like, I think the 128 and like 2GS was like the pinnacle. And then it was like on like 486, like I think there was I could be wrong. There might not have been a 286, but I swore there was a 386, a 486. There was like a whole bunch of PCs. You could start building them and shit. It was really cool. It was like a really cool transition. It was 386 and 46. I'm trying to remember this off like recall here from a very young age. Okay, so there was a XT, there was a 286. Okay, so I'm not just making shit up now, right? And then there was like, felt like there was a big movement there, or like a large like shift. And you know what else is fascinating is I was just reading someone had clipped some person from England, a blogger, was bitching or moaning about how the humanities suck. The humanities suck, and students should be learning technical or pursuing technical college degrees so they can actually get paid. That's not actually a bad idea. But she wrote another blog post that said, humanities are now dying, and that's a problem. So it was like a self-werewolf moment too, right? She was like, fuck the humanities. Then she's like, oh no, the humanities are going away. We're all fucked. And I'm always fascinated by that argument about the humanities and computing, especially hardware, the hardware side of things. Well, if you speak to a programmer in a closed room and no one is listening, right, they will admit that there's like something that they admit, which is kids today, and I shouldn't say this because it sounds like such a boomer comment, but kids today they're on their phones. It's like, I'm on my phone and that's it, right? So a lot of kids, some kids learn how to build PCs, but most kids don't. And most kids, even my kids, like, I know how to do everything off my phone. Well, why don't you come over to this computer and we'll look at this error code, tell me what that means. They'll be like, I have no idea. It's like there was a time period, I guess my point here is that there was a time period where if you're a kid, if you were learning coding on computers like PCs, big hardware, right? Or you're a software toad, as software people call you. And there's like hardware people, right? So you'd be like trying to build computers, like doing one of these two big things. Now it's not like that as much, right? I could be wrong on that, but I guess the same thing comes back to humanities too. Like my kids will be like, "Yeah, look at this phone, everything is awesome," and I'm like, "Yeah, but who built that phone?" Like that. She's like, "It's my generation." I'm like, "You're just a child." I'm like, "All that shit's been built by people that had humanities degrees. Not all of them, but from old people. So what are you building in your age is probably not this. I don't know what it is, probably bigger, but I guess that brings up the question, does it, will the humanities, the loss of humanities, will that impact the future or not? Maybe for the better, I guess. I don't know. I guess we're losing the humanities, so we'll find out, but yeah, kids kids aren't like they'll all learn how to code on phones and it's phone. Don't like seeing this rejection here off this 1 minute trigger. Down 2 pennies right now. I'm going to pay close attention here because I see this rejection candle right here. Right down there. I don't want to see that. Need to see that break above. Yeah, I'm afraid of that. I like the mix and blend of people learning tech, learning hardware, learning software. The humanity aspect bothers me deeply, especially if you're highly intelligent and maybe you said, "Well, I want to go into humanities, but I'm going to choose a tech degree instead." And we need a class of we always in my view we always need a class of people that care about the humanities. Somewhere I feel like I've noticed, I could be wrong in this, but feel it, or where I feel it mostly is in books. When I read or when I look at the selection of books today that are being published, I notice less and less breadth to novels, specifically novels. The nonfiction stuff seems okay, but the novels, the selection's dropping. It's going down, and there's some self-publishing going on with real talent and stuff like that. But maybe I guess I'm talking about that. It's kind of like when you vote, right? You got the left, the right, the middle, and like that middle there can go either way. And I think with writers, it's the same kind of a deal, right? You might have, let's say you had 100 writers 20 years ago or 40 years ago. Let's say you had 100 writers. Then today you might skim off 20 of those writers that are going to go to a tech background instead of writing background. Some of them really smart people, right? You don't want to lose them. God damn it, man. They're trying to reverse this to the downside. You're going to put a fucking... I might just stay in these things. Look at me. I'm terrible. I'm like going against my own. I'm like, just stay in them until the end of the day. I'm like, I think I crashed it today. I don't know. Hey, thanks, Cowboy Up 99. Appreciate it, brother. I got something to do here. All right, that's exactly where it's supposed to be. Okay, that's good. That's good. Spy hammering on the door of S1 trying to break lower right now. It's hammering on that S1. Next stop to the downside, if we do roll here, is 418.67. Saying that there's also let's snap some lines here. Make that a 1. Make that yellow. Make it dashed. And we'll do another one at 420.18. And we'll do another one, 419.99. That's kind of where I am right there. So just this little shop of horrors down here. So right down there. There's your S2. There's your S1. And they're viciously selling this 1 minute trigger right now. And see that rejection right up here. They're trying to blast this down right there. Still on calls here. Just gonna bring this down. Yeah, there's yearly triggers. We've got yearly. I got monthly, quarterly, yearly triggers. On higher time frames, you can watch the velocity and that stuff too. Good question. We can actually give targets for crashes too with those triggers. We can give those all the way back to the beginning of the stock market. What to expect on those lows. Trust the indicator. Why I'm in calls here? Because there's no put. We're in a put wall right now. So why am I buying? Why am I in calls here? We're on a put wall. We're a few ticks, but few ticks above that put wall. So unless you start loading the fucking boat with puts and getting scared, we shouldn't break through it. Now there can be some grinding. Can be some grinding down in here. But we are close. Let me show you where the put wall is. You guys want to see where it is? Hold on. Someone was asking about it. Maybe I can give me one quick second. There's something cool I can do here. I got something for you. Hold on a second here. I got something cool. I think I do. I think I got something cool. One quick second. We'll look at SPX. I have a nice little snapshot for you. Gamma levels. Gamma levels. Okay. Gonna do us some gamma levels, bro. Hang tight 1 second. I'll get you some gamma levels. I gotta pop them in. I'm close to getting stopped out here. One quick second here. I'm going to pay attention to this trade. Yeah, I'm about to get stopped out in just a moment here. I got like 1 or 2 pennies they're trying to fuck me on. There it is. Out. I'm flat right now. Long 419p. Stopped out of calls, long puts. That wasn't too fucking long. Got stopped out on 23 on 424 C's. Now long puts for S2. Not much. It's only 10 contracts on the calls and then another 10 for S2. So now long 419 Ps for S2 to the downside. Fucking pennies, dude. Always like 1 fucking penny. And I'm stopped the fuck out just like that. What, like 2 pennies? I think it went down 2 fucking pennies. And this one right here took me right out. This one right here. That one right there. Boom, gone. Now long puts. Not a goddamn thing. If this reverses, I'm gonna be pissed. Oh, dude, that was the right decision. Look at that, it was the right decision. Trading 31 right now, 30 on 419 Ps. Price target to the downside, or at least my price target to the downside, 418.67. Trading 28 right now. If you want to know where my stops are going to be on this trade here, they're right there. It's kind of one of these things where I'm watching this action today and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to sell. Like, this, I should have left these fucking calls on, put the puts on, and leave them both on end of day. If this is where if this is what our action's going to be, I'm going to end up doing a split here. Still on some puts. I'm on 10 contracts for 419p. If we squeeze higher here, I'm likely going to leave these puts on and actually add calls and do a split on the day. 424 is now at 30 cents. So I got stopped out at 23. Took me for 7 pennies. I got 424s set up again, but not buying them just yet. You know, this price action here, I'm watching this and I'm like, man, I'm not going to tell anyone my fucking trades because I always feel like I'm telling my trades here and someone's watching on a hedge fund trying to hit my fucking stops. I'm serious. I'm not joking here. Pretty goddamn serious. Still long puts here. They're just fucking stop hunting, dude. Look at this stop hunting in here. It's fucking gnarly. I think I bought calls here. I can't remember if it was there or there about calls. I think it was here about calls. Got stopped out down here. Bought some puts. Trying to stop me out up here. All right. Fuck you then. I have 25 contracts on 424 Cs, 10 contracts 419 P. So I'm on a split for right now at 424, 419. Leave both sides on. We'll see where the market decides to go. Cut the other side in a moment. I don't want to sit around here and dick around with these stops in here. I'm just going to leave both sides on. I got 25 contracts, 424C, 10 contracts on 419C. Going to see if this holds and goes up and see if it rolls to the downside. Got to at least protect this trade in here, so get back to what we're doing. All right, hold on a second here. One quick second here. Bring up the gamma. See if we can show gamma. So here's a gamma chart for SPX. You've got resistance here at 4235.12, and then to the downside support is at 4200 today. So as long as we keep rejecting here, so you can watch this here, this is your gamma profile. As long as we keep rejecting this zone, your target to the downside is that 4200. We keep rejecting this to the downside. If we break above, you know what the deal is. This is also where the hourly trigger is, right above here. Where is it? No, it's the hourly trigger, excuse me, is up here. Somewhere up in here. So right now, you got nothing to say on the gamma side of things other than you don't want to see us below this resistance line right here, this big R right here. So parked on 20. I got 25 calls. 25 calls to the upside. We got 10 puts to protect to the downside in case we get the roll down there and trade that 4200. But otherwise, I got stopped out of my first trade, and I'm not liking the action. It feels like stop hunting more than anything. So we didn't blast down here, so no blast to the downside, right? And they're just grinding, like grind this, fake you out. So 25 calls, 10 puts. Show me what's up. This is the kind of thing today, like watching this action. It's the kind of thing where I'm just gonna fucking hold them to the close, and whatever they print, they fucking print. We're not gonna get a move, then fuck them. That's what we're gonna sit here. We're gonna park here all day long. Just get me a print on either side. I'll take either side because the put side should cover the cost of the call side if it prints, and if the fucking calls go, they should make me some actual money. So my bias is bullish here, but I do have protection on. And they both stay on the rest of the day. I think the rest of the day, I think until 4. Yeah, I'm watching this action, and I'm like, I fucking hate when we have this action. Like, when we have price action like this, I'm like, yeah, fuck this price action. I got protect to the downside. My bias is to the upside. We'll just wait and see. Unless I guess the way I get fucked here is if they just trade this. I guess I get fucked here if they do this bullshit all day long. We just ride this into 4 p.m. and don't do a goddamn thing. So I guess if that happens, I'm fucked. But otherwise, pick a direction. Pick a lane, SPY. Pick a fucking lane. So just a note for you. I've got a doctor's appointment today at, I have to be there at 2:30, which means I got to show up at like 2. And I got to get ready to go there, then drive there, blah, blah, blah. So right around 12:30, I'm going to end up leaving the stream. I'll leave you guys on the stream alone. So it's 11:16:18 right now. So I've got another hour with you. So we're going to talk about what to expect into tomorrow. I'll leave the stream up until 4 p.m. Today, but we're going to talk for the next hour. We're going to talk about what to expect into Friday and then next week. So we're going to give a quick market update into what to expect into the weekend. So you already got your gamma profile from me. You know where the gamma is. The put wall is at 4,200 on SPX. So we're pretty close to where that put wall is. You need a reason for the put wall to be extended to the downside. In the beginning of the quarter, on the 1st of September, the market was not hedged. But hedging has come on the market since then. So we do have hedging down to 4,200. Then there's a bunch of puts at 4,100. And then there's a whole another rack of puts down at 4,000, a major hedge down at 4,000 on SPY. So the put wall right now is at 420, but we can break through that. That's the key. Like if we trade 4200, not 420, 4200. If we trade 4200 on SPX and blast through that, there's nothing saying we can't trade that 410 or 4100 or that 400 below. We also know that from the upside, we've got the daily trigger racing to the downside on SPY. So if we look at this on a 30, if we look at this on a 30-minute basis, you can see it's still racing down, right? You see this daily trigger is near vertical to the downside, and it's an ominous warning. And this is not something to be trifled with in any way, shape, or form. You end up coming down here, and if you get this cross off of that weekly trigger, if you get that cross and rejection, it does not bode well for the stock market. So what ends up happening is you're expecting this squeeze higher, this rejection down, right, or trade it up from here, right? But you're seeing suppression of price today. Do you see that? So I want you to watch this closely here. You're seeing suppression of price here, right? Price is being suppressed, right? Being turned around, pinned to the downside, right? Waiting for this daily trigger to come down, and it's ominous. It doesn't look good here. I'll be honest. This does not look good. If price was coming up, if price was able to get up here, at least attack this and attack this, I'd feel a little bit better, right? But when that's not happening and you're saying, nope, we're going to reverse, we're going to pin this shit until the cross happens, it's not a good look. This is not like holding this down until this stuff gets down here is kind of like asking for, it's basically asking for a bloodbath. It's setting up a bloodbath to the downside. That's where you start getting waterfall selling, waterfall puts, all that kind of stuff comes into play here. So some concern, most definitely some concern into Friday's news, of course. But even so with that concern, I'm just going to put this on a 1 minute here. Move that out of the way. You can see that. A little bit of this into this. I was going to sell my puts, but I'm not. I'm just going to leave them on. I'll put stay on. So let's take a look at the main Weeble. Let's take a look at this one right here. Right up in here. We followed trend, the expectation to the downside, not the expectation to the upside. So I'm trying to sell this immediately on the half-hour trigger up here. You can see that sell on the half-hour trigger, and there's some expectation of that downside target into Friday. So until we regain the hourly trigger, sellers are in charge here, right? So there we see. So until the hourly trigger is regained, you see where my calls are. They're down here. You can see all that down there. That's where my calls are. I've got call spreads down here. So as long as we maintain this to the upside, I'm good to go. But we start breaking this plane down here, start scooting down here, trying to target that into Friday, and I get stopped out, right? Get stopped out of call spreads. Squeezing right now to the upside. Need to see nice fat squeeze right now. Gorgeous squeeze on SPUs. Trading 38 on 424, 12 cents on 419s. Till we regain that hourly trigger up here, this is a key level right here. This HT, move that over. key level right here for bullishness. Until you're above that HT, no bullishness. This is going to be used for selling to the downside. So I need to see this. Without seeing this hourly trigger, do not believe the bull. I mean, I'm bullish here, but do not believe that bullishness here. This is just another sounding board, a pin of the market to sell us down in the depths of hell. So just look at this here. So on a higher time frame without being under the microscope, it's just that right there. That's all that is to the downside. Need price to get above this. Hold that hourly trigger so we can trade that weekly trigger right here and the daily trigger above it, which is right over here. Matter of fact, that daily trigger is 29.45. Hold on a second here. 29.45. Yeah, that's the weekly. 435.07. Right up there. Yeah, until you get above this to attack that, or even if there's a pullback there, and then attack that. So when I leave at 12:30, just be aware of this resistance here. Be aware of this hourly trigger now being used as a springboard to the downside. With a price target down below 413, 416.84, 416.84, and then 413.14 into Friday if you get bad news tomorrow. Still long calls, long puts, haven't changed anything as of yet. Just sitting here and waiting at got 25 424 C's, and I got 10 419 P's. Inverse head and shoulders on the intraday chart for SPY. The yellow box down below, this is where my calls are down here if you want to know. So I got calls down here for December 29th for market breadth indicator stuff. It's kind of where I make my money in the market. Always call spreads on oversold on market breadth. Dude, look at that bit. Look at this big fucking bars up here. I mean, look at this shit up here. Look at that. Look at this selling pressure right there. Look at that. Look at this right here. You shall not pass up in here. And you got this one right here. Look at these guys up here. Just fuck you. We're out. Look at that. God damn. Show that there in a better light. Does that work up there? See if I can. Some weird going on. Close. Can I activate? Need deactivate that? No, I don't want to do that. It's just brutal right now. Nothing has happened since 10:42. It's now 11:29. Full hour of just parked right here. Like, no movement right here. 1 full hour. So right here is 11:30. Right where my cursor is 11:30. Excuse me, 10:30. This is 11:30. No movement. Just parked right here. and just parked on that resistance level on gamma. Yeah, I've got Jimmy Berry just said hedge with a call. So I've got 10 puts and I got 25 calls here. I'll pay for the calls if they burn. And I have this feeling I'm going to hold them into. I have a pretty good feeling here that I'm going to be holding these fucking things right to 4, which I don't want to do. I don't know if you know this or not, but I try not to trade while I'm traveling. Oftentimes, so what happens when I'm traveling is this. I'm going to tell you what happens when I travel. So, like, if I go somewhere, if I'm, like, driving and I'm in a trade, like a day trade or a weekly trade, I'll drive somewhere and I'll open my phone and I'm like, oh, I'm up. I'm like, look at how smart I am. So usually I'm up like a pretty good, like 100%, 200%. I'll close that trade, like in a grocery store or in my car. I'll close the trade and take the money. I'm like driving. And I'm like, oh, dude, I'm so smart. Let's put another trade on while I'm driving with my phone in my hand. So I'll put the trade on, I'll close my phone or whatever, go back to doing what I was doing, come back 2 hours later. And I'm like, oh, shit, that burned to the ground. I guess I'm not that smart. I thought I was smart, but it's more that I wasn't paying attention. So I'm guessing here that today I'm going to have to be long and short into the close, and we're going to make a move up or down. I guess I lose if we just pin right here on S1 until 4 fucking p.m., but the past hour I've been sitting here doing not a goddamn thing, so I'm just going to leave them on now. Fuck them. Let them decide where we're going. But I'm fascinated I guess the reason I'm saying this is because today when I'm getting out of the doctor's office, I have to open up my fucking phone and be like, is both sides torched, or is one side fucking green as fuck? Or, you know what I mean? Like, what's going to happen? I'm assuming that it's going to be green. Yeah, I got both sides right now. Well, the reason I got both sides, Jimmy, is because I bought fucking calls. It's got me by 2 pennies. Well, I got stopped on the 1 penny, but went down another penny, and I'm like, motherfucker. And then it would trade it back up to like 36 cents. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. We'll throw a bunch of calls on, a bunch of puts on, and we'll just wait for them to make a decision. Yeah, send us to the depths of hell. It looks like they are. It doesn't look good here, so it's not looking good. It's not as the pin reminds me of whenever they pin the market intentionally and get that momentum down on top of you without you watching. Normally you see a squeeze and we'll start breaking above that daily trigger, but they ain't allowing that right now. They are not allowing it. It looks pretty bearish to me, so my bearish alarm bells are going off. My bear bells are going off. I can hear the bears in the meadows, like the sunny meadows of the mountainside. Holy shit! I'm looking at that big yellow line coming down. That thing is fucking not looking pretty. We got to squeeze, baby. We got to squeeze. The sounds of bears slapping fish. Release the uncooked numbers. That's too funny. Did you see that? Did you see that post they put up? I saw that on Reddit. The one where they showed the interest rates people are paying right now. And that ain't nothing. Jamie Dimon's saying, Jamie Dimon's saying, we'll go to 7 basis points. That would put rates at 10 or 11, I think, maybe 12 when you're all said and done on mortgages. Oh yeah, they're cooking the employment numbers. Did you see the? I saw the jobs numbers. I was like, this is bullshit. It's like this. I was like, it's straight bullshit. The numbers this morning were totally fucking cooked. Totally fucking cooked. Do you guys know? You guys know the numbers this morning are basically saying they're doing their job, right? Now the Fed is doing the job. They likely don't have to raise rates because of those numbers. Yeah, I don't know. Like the used car, I want to tell you something about the used car market or the car market. It's a good point. So someone just posted. What did I just see? Bad credit people paying 18% for used cars right now. There's a fascinating thing about. I don't know if I said this yesterday. I discussed it with some other people, but I think Joe Donut and I have talked about this a ton. Used car market's fascinating. You'll squeeze in again, got an inverse head and shoulders trying to squeeze to the upside. So when we come into these end of debt cycles, there's some fascinating mechanics that come into play. Number one, car companies, what they'll do is when we're in a growth phase in the economy. So I'm married, right? If I were to go and buy a car with credit, I can buy one car. If I'm married, we can buy 2 cars, and it's easy for me to get loans for 2 cars. When I try to buy a third car, truck, whatever, with credit, it's not an easy thing to do to get that credit, to get that third vehicle. I have to show a need for it, right? My name's Mary. I got a landscaping business. I need an extra truck. Something like that. You can get an approval. It's not easy. It's not that you can't. It's just not easy. And you've got good credit. You've got a job. Everything looks great. Everything is awesome, right? Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome. Yeah. But when we come into these cycles where we are right now, automakers know that we're at the end of a short-term or long-term debt cycle, and they know a couple things. They know that if you own a home, if you're married, this could be Mary, right? This could be a woman. Doesn't matter who it is. So let's say you're Mary, or I'm Mary, and then my husband is the stay-at-home dad, and I'm Mary, right? And I'm going to lose my house. They're aware of that. They know that's happening. So, but they know something else. They know that Mary is willing to lose her husband. She's willing to lose the kids and the dogs and the cats and all this other stuff. But what Mary is unwilling to lose is her ability to make money. So she's got pretty much 2 directives. Keep your job, right? And then she's got this other directive. If I can't keep my job, I'm going to get 2 jobs. If I can't keep those 2 jobs, I'll take 3 jobs. No matter what, I have to keep working, right? So Mary is like the breadwinner. Mary is taking care of a husband, a couple kids, a couple dogs, a couple cats, some, I don't know, chickens and horses, and she's got a big house. She's got, I don't know, 2.5 kids. She's got white picket fence house. She lives in a nice neighborhood. It's got an HOA, but it's not bad HOA. And, but she knows she has to work. She knows that no matter what happens, whether her marriage breaks up or she loses her house, she's going to have to pay child support to her shitbag husband, right? And she's going to have to pay for kids to raise her kids. And she knows she has to keep her job no matter what. It's like, number 1 is keep your job. Number 2, if you don't keep your job, work anywhere. Oftentimes you'll hear us talk in this program about how when you go out to eat dinner in a nice restaurant, right? Nice place, like go to a nice restaurant, you'll notice that Service wanes when the economy is great, and then service improves when the economy is bad. Because when the economy is bad, people in high-paying jobs are getting laid off, and so they have to take jobs as wait staff or bartenders. And so you'll find people working. You'll ask your server, say, "Hey, is this what you do for a career?" If they say to you, "Yes," that's like someone that's like in the service industry. If you start to hear people saying, "No, I'm normally a realtor," or "No, I'm normally this," "No, I'm normally that," you start to hear those kind of things, you know the economy is bad. But these people, they no matter what, right? They have to work. It's like work is number one, is the point. But number two is not your home. You'd think it would be your home or your marriage. Not. That breadwinner, Mary in this case, knows that her number one job is to work. And her number two responsibility is to get there. Keep a vehicle. And what we see happening, we see happening in the past is you're only eligible for 2 cars being married, right? Well, right now, car makers will allow you to buy a third car, knowing that you're going to default on your previous car loans, right? So listen to this closely. So I've got 2 cars now. I'm Mary. I pay for my big bad truck and my husband's Geo tracker. And I know I'm going to lose my home. I just lost my job, so and now I'm working at a restaurant. I'm looking at my husband at home, and I'm like, that shitbag is going to definitely be on his ass, right? I'm going to lose my house now, and I'm probably going to lose my car loans. And my car loans are upside down. I've been paying on them for 2-3 years. They're not worth what I'm paying. The loan that the note that I'm stuck in. My husband, he doesn't work, so I'm just paying off his shit. I know I'm going to lose my 2 vehicles to repossession. So what does that Mary do? Mary goes to buy a third car before her credit is ruined, before she loses her home, before she loses her other 2 vehicles. She goes out there and she goes down to the car lot and she's like, "Hey, I'm paying $800 a month on this truck that I have, and I'm paying another $500 or $350 for this shitbox Geo tracker." They call it a Geo tracker? I don't remember. For my shitbag husband at home, and I want to buy a new vehicle. Well, do you want to trade those in and roll those loans into that new vehicle? Fuck no, Mary says. Fuck no. I want a third vehicle, right? Because Mary already knows that she can probably get a car loan she can afford. And if she leaves the other 2 loans on and let those go bad, it's not going to impact her. She'll still be able to get to work. So she gets the third car loan. That's the key point here. We're at the end of these cycles. The dealers know this is going on. So what they do is they give the third car loan to Mary. And so now she's got a car she can afford. And then she, of course, has the 2 other vehicles repossessed. The house gets taken away. Her shitbag husband at home is all upset now. They start fighting, and they get a divorce. They lose the house, they lose the cars. Mary, though, is like sweating bullets, and she knows that she at least has a vehicle that she can work with, right? The payment is now more affordable, even if she's paying a high rate of 18%. So she picked up this used shitbox, but she's paying 18%, but her monthly payment is no longer that 800 plus that 500 that she was paying. She's probably paying like 150, 200, 300. It's more reasonable, and it helps her to get to work. Now, what happens to those banks that are making those payments? We have some examples in the past of them failing and the automakers not caring. Those small regional banks collapsing and stuff. But generally speaking, she's likely going to pay off that third vehicle. She can afford it now. All she has to do is keep working, and she can afford that third vehicle and allow those other 2 to get repossessed. Now, what does that all mean, right? Means that you should see the used car market pricing hold or go up. Does that make sense? So you should see the used car market actually have lots of demand. You should also see these people losing their homes, right? Are they losing their homes yet? Are they losing their jobs? And that's the data that we're looking for, right? Looking for the data that they're losing their jobs, they're losing their houses, and the used car market is holding up. So I'm not surprised to see people wanting to pay 18%, I guess, for right now at least. I'm not surprised with people trying to pay 18% on a used car. It would make financial sense, even though you're being taken for you're being taken advantage of with that 18% rate on that used car. But these people know this is happening. Is my point. They know that it's happening, and they're going to nail these people on those loans on those used cars, so they can get by and move forward. Yeah, she's gonna have one. She's gonna have one car. Her husband's gonna take her for a ride. He's gonna take everything she owns. They're gonna lose everything, get a divorce. She doesn't even get the goddamn dog. The husband gets the kids, the dog, the cats, the horses. Well, they'll probably lose the horses in the divorce, but yeah, transportation is essential. And the dealers know it. The loan makers know it. And what's fascinating is they know that they shouldn't be giving these loans to people, but they know they're likely going to pay these loans off. They already know they're going to lose the other ones, right? It's like these car makers know that they're already fucked on the other two cars, right? Like we sold them two cars. We know that they're going to be repossessed and then put into the used car market, right? And so you're looking for that. You're actually looking for, you want to see the 18% used car loan market booming. And you want to see jobs numbers come in lower, which they are, right? We had some jobs numbers come out that were lower. You want to see unemployment numbers rising. And you want to see, what else you want to see? You want to see some defaulting on home loans, right? We haven't seen that quite yet. The defaulting on home loans. And even the post that I made on Twitter yesterday, I made a post yesterday on Twitter that I found on Reddit that was showing the potential interest rates that you would pay over 30 years. It was kind of a shit post more than anything. It doesn't really mean much. If you repackage your loans, if you refinance your loans, if you sell and scale up, it ain't going to mean you're paying $700,000 on a $300,000 loan for the entire life of that note, and you'd likely not be in that note for the full 30 years. But still, that's really that thing that I posted yesterday still really doesn't mean anything. Like, it doesn't mean anything because, number one, the number of people that are buying houses with traditional mortgages is low. The people that we want out of the housing market have not declared bankruptcy yet or have been foreclosed on yet. And they're trying to ride this out, right? So you've got it seems really bad, right? You might be the one voice out there that's like, well, I can't afford the interest rates on buying a new home. As a matter of fact, I got a funny story for you. My sister-in-law and her husband just bought a second vacation home. Closed on it last week. With high interest rates, didn't matter. And they don't care. And they work in tech, or she doesn't, but he does. He works in tech and she works in education system, but it's about a second house. And they're not feeling the pain. He's not laid off. She's not laid off. They're not feeling the pain. They don't even care about it. Some of you can't afford these high rates, but some people still can. They're not getting laid off yet. And they haven't declared bankruptcy. The people that actually own homes or can own homes are still buying homes, even with higher rates, my point. So you've got a small percentage of the population that want to buy that can't afford it. This is a small group, right? You've got the haves that can't afford it. And then you've got this whole other class of people that bought prior to 2 years ago. The vast majority of homeowners are not new homeowners. And what's fascinating is if you look at the average number of years that someone owns a home, there's like two major milestones. I can't recall this off the top of my head, but I think it's 3 years, 3 to 5, and then 8 to 10, I think, or 7 to 10. All those people that should be selling at the 3-year mark have not. All the people that should be selling at the 8-year mark are coming into their, like if they were at like 7 years last year, the average, they're now like 8, 9, 10. They're falling into owning longer than the average. The average 3 to 5 year homeowner is starting to come up to that 5-year mark right now. So these people are not selling, is my point. The majority of homeowners are still trying to wait out the market. So we're not there yet, in my view. We're not quite there. We will be there, but we're not there just yet. So there are still people buying houses with those high rates. There are still people not or haven't been forced out of their homes, and the jobs market is really it. Like the jobs market, the unemployment market, like the jobs that are on offer, and the unemployment figures, both of those, like how many jobs are available, and the how many people have been given the shit can. We're there. Like in this, we talked about this before. We talked about how we're like, hey, we're going to talk about inflation. We're going to talk about the the interest rates. We're going to talk about the unemployment rate. We're going to talk about the jobs numbers. We're going to talk about the inverted yield curve. We're going to talk about, I don't know, all this other crap, right? That tells you all this macro data that tells you when the market's going to roll over. And we're back to the original conversation, which is that the least reliable answer as to whether the stock market goes up or down is likely the yield curve, believe it or not. You can't historically use the yield curve as the basis for whether the market goes up and down. What you can rely upon at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, is always the unemployment rates and the jobs numbers. It's always those two. It always comes down to, do they have a fucking job? I don't care what the job is. Do they have the goddamn job? Do they have 2 jobs? Do they have 3 jobs? Are they working? Are they making money? That's right. So we're looking at the car loans. We're looking at the mortgages. Like I want to see the foreclosures. But really what it comes down to, brass tacks, is are they working or not? Or have they been reduced to going from a high 6-figure income or a $100,000 to $300,000 income? Have they been slammed down to like that $50,000, less than $100,000 income? We haven't seen that yet. We saw some good numbers come out this morning pointing towards that. But truthfully, we want Mary to, get kicked in the teeth figuratively, not, if she's the breadwinner, we want her to get kicked in the teeth. And how do you we need her to lose her goddamn job, right? We need Mary to get fired, panic, and not have the money to pay for that house, not have the money to pay for the 2 cars, not have the money to pay for her shitbag husband at home and all the goddamn dogs and the horse and the 2.5 kids and the white picket fence home up in the hills. So still not seeing that at the moment. Seeing the fudge numbers that Jimmy Berry was talking about, that they're making progress on job opportunities. Now we're waiting on that unemployment opportunities and all that kind of stuff. Mary's selling us calls now. Yeah, so we need that destruction, man. Until that destruction happens, I don't know. I don't know what to say. We need that. We need that job destruction. It's so terrible to say that. I feel like such an asshole. Like they don't want to tell you that, but it's what they need. They say what does Jerome say? He says my mandate is something about protecting the jobs market, bringing inflation down. It's like, really? It's like, you need to fucking fire some people, man. You want to bring inflation down. People lose their goddamn jobs, bro. Squeezing higher now, trading 422.56. Trying to regain the hourly trigger to the upside here. S1 holding so far, squeezing higher. Yeah, maximum employment, right? Stable prices, maximum employment. You fucking liar. You're straight such a fucking liar. Why can't you just tell them the truth? Just tell them you want mass unemployment. 6% unemployment, bro. That's what you want. So let's be honest. 6%. Let's try for 8. Yeah, restaurants are packed right now. They're fucking packed, man. People still have money. The damage is not done yet. Now Barry said this morning fudge numbers. We got some fudge numbers this morning. We got some fudge numbers. We need some bad numbers. We need people. Well, let me ask you guys: have any of you guys been laid off? Any of you experienced layoffs and no opportunity for a sideways or an upside move for you in employment? Like let's say if you've been laid off, and let's say you're a staff engineer, were you able to get another staff engineer job or not? Let's see what you guys are writing here. Missing some of what you guys are writing. Where I am, there are jobs out there people don't want to work. I don't know how they can afford to not work. Government paying them. I don't think there's any government payments. I think most people that I know are working their balls off. Everyone that I know is working. I don't know anyone that's not working right now. I'm trying to think of anyone that I know, like friends or anything that aren't working. Everyone that I know is working one or multiple jobs. Yeah, you're saying you lost $110,000 job a year. Been hiring, laid off, too old now. That's what we need too, right? We need layoffs for older people. We need those people that are like 40 to 60 years old to get laid off. And then be unhireable. Hire a 20-year-old for cheaper, which is horrible to say that too. I don't want that to happen, but that is a function of our capitalist society. You're retired. You fuck off all day mostly. Hey, Billy, let me ask you a question. Are you let me ask you a pointed question. Do you feel like there's also a mechanic in the background that tries to hurt you as well? So if you're retired and on a pension plan, they want to squeeze you down into something more affordable. So let me ask you that. Are you feel like if you went into retirement and felt like I've got this fully planned out, nothing can hurt me. Are you feeling any of that pressure from the Fed? Are you feeling like the inflation is getting me, the gas is getting me, rates are getting me, or credit cards I got to tone down my debt? Any of that stuff impacting you where you're scared or feel like you need to do anything else to fight or outpace the rate of inflation? This is directed to who? Who wrote that? I think it was Billy Ray. I think Billy Ray from his comment. Got laid off, did my job for the economy by taking the search not seriously, enjoying the summer. Nice. Good job, Dr. Gon. The X subscription is getting you. I'm in pretty good shape, still uncertain about the future. I was thinking about that with, the reason I'm asking you, Billy, is, the reason I'm asking you specifically is because I have friends that are in that conundrum right now. And then the second reason I'm asking you is for my own retirement. I'm thinking about how I retire and where I retire. And I don't know. Like when I was younger, I was like, oh, why did all these old people move to like nice retirement places? Like, or not nice, but like cheaper or affordable retirement areas. And recently I was thinking, well, when I retire, do I want to keep up with the Joneses and the rate of inflation with like someone that's young? So I don't know how to word this better. So I was like, well, I'll be more clear. So I was looking at houses in Reno and in Reno, California, and I was like, yeah, I could own a house here in Reno, and it's booming, and people love it, and it's always gonna. It's not always, but it's gonna grow. And these are a lot of people's first or second homes, but I have to keep up with these people, and they're just starting their careers. Like, let's say they're 10 years into their career. I'm trying to exit, and so they're trying. And if the rate of inflation keeps going higher over time, I'm like, do I want to actually live there in my retirement or not? Would I rather find a home someplace that doesn't chase all of that stuff, or do I leave the country? That's what the second question for me was: do I? Because my original plan was to leave the U.S., retire, or own homes in, like in Mexico and South America, maybe Asia, and do some sailing. But you sold your Florida home for a good profit, moved to Chattanooga, Tennessee. Yeah, see, that's similar, right? You moved to Chattanooga, downscaled, and grabbed the low mortgage rate, gave me a good buffer. Yeah, that's good. I like that. That's what I'm thinking of too. Is I don't want to be in a place where I have to compete with inflation in I say 20, 30 years from now. Yeah, I'd open a D&D and you know what I just read? Did you read that story about CNBC had a story about Dungeons and Dragons this morning. And I was like, dude, that makes such a cool bar. They have a bar here in Detroit. There's 2 bars, I believe. I think there's 2 bars that have they're gaming bars. It's like you go there and you can play board games or RPGs, and they've got food and booze and all that stuff. And I was reading that CNBC article this morning, and I was like, man, if they had like an RPG, they had an RPG like themed, like these 2 bars in Detroit, they're themed like that. They're kind of themed like that, but kind of not. But this CNBC article was talking about like liquors and candles and all the stuff that's related towards Dungeons and Dragons. And I was like, it'd be really cool to go to a medieval manor type place where they have like the knights all fighting and the king and queen. You eat the turkey leg and all that kind of stuff. Not quite that, but like a cool ass local bar that's kind of themed towards like RPGs. I think that'd be badass. It'd be fun as hell. I'd love to go out with friends to a place like that and play any kind of board game or whatever. But if it had like a theme, like it looked like a tavern or something, I think that would be a blast. I felt like that article on CNBC this morning was geared towards a restaurant developer in Florida. Like Florida's like the hotbed for restaurant development for like theme franchises. I was like, man, like a D&D tavern themed restaurant would be cool as fuck. Like kids would love it, families would love it, friends would love it. It'd be like an Applebee's for people today or something. Like, what do they call it? There's Applebee's and what are those restaurants called? Like the Darden type restaurant places. Yeah, exactly. Like a Mary will serve the beer from it. It'd be cool. It'd be fun. It's like what's the gaming place that everybody goes to? Bob's or Bill's or something, or Buster's or something like that. I don't know what the place is called. It was like some like gaming restaurant that adults go to. If you made it like a tavern themed D&D thing, I think it'd be a fucking blast. Buster's, yeah, Buster's. Dave and Buster's, exactly. Dave and Buster's. Like David, like think about that. Like Dave and Buster's, but like fantasy themed. Like fantasy, Dungeons and Dragons, be tavern and shit. It'd be like tavern games related to Dungeons and Dragons. You have like bourbons and wines and mead and all that kind of shit. Then you'd have like kind of medieval-esque food, music. Be kind of I don't know. It'd be cool for like it'd be cool for like a I don't know. Yeah, just a theme restaurant around the entire U.S. I don't know if they'd be profitable or not. And you got people like parking their asses in seats. You want them in and out, right? It's like the coffee cafe conundrum. And the conundrum with coffee shops and cafes is they want you to buy your coffee and get the fuck out. They don't want you sitting there. Did you know that? Or you may or may not know that, but they don't want you sitting there. They want you to get your coffee. If you sit there, you like 15 minutes. They don't want you sitting there 2-3 hours taking up like seats. So you like if you had somebody come in and with their friends, you want them spending money, right? So if they're sitting at a table, they're gonna play a game. You gotta hammer them for all they're worth, or kick them out. So I don't know where you fix that aspect to that thesis or that concept. Like they better be spending money, right? So maybe it'd be like the bowling. You do it like bowling. You're like renting a table, like renting a lane. Because that's what's called turning tables. So you'd have to if you're not turning tables, then you have to rent the fucking table, right? So maybe if you took the focus off of an actual dining room table and you made it a specific gaming table, it would be a cue. So you'd be like, oh, we're not going out to dinner. We're gonna go game, right? So we're gonna go do some gaming. That would be the highlight. Like we're going to do some gaming. Well, how much does it cost? Well, the table costs $30 or $20 a person per hour. So bowling here costs anywhere from $12 to $15 on the cheap side per hour per person to about $30 a person per hour where I live. It's about $12 on the cheap and then $30 on the nice place like the hipster places, and it's Friday night or some shit like that. So you'd figure the table would be about $12 to $30 a person per hour. And then you'd order food on top of that. So you take the focus off it being a restaurant or a bar, put the focus on it being you're renting a table, right? And then you wouldn't have to worry about turning those tables, would you? It'd be just like an hourly bowling rental. That's what it would be. It'd be a kick-ass table. You'd have like a nice stained table. It'd have like all the interactive shit on it. You'd have like TV built into it. You'd have like nice armrests, drink holders sliding in and out. It would come with like dice and all kinds of crap. And the server would offer you a game. Which game would you like to play? And you'd pick a game, and then the TV that was built into the table would have the like basic instructions, or intermediate instructions, or expert instructions. And it would give you a quick how to play this game really quickly, so you know how to play it. Especially if it's like an easy. If you're like, oh, I've never played this game before, like just simplified instructions. You sit down, you watch your instructions. Boom, then your timer starts. Your rental starts after you read the instructions. They're not trying to steal anything from you being there for the first time. So you get given like 15, 20 minutes of introduction for free, compliments of the house. And then you have your rental for 2-3 hours or something like that. Oh, so people have tried it. Yeah. So we have these here. So like we have 2 bars that do it here. and they're successful. And matter of fact, there's a couple places I've seen that do it in New York, and they're badass. The two restaurants that I know that do it in New York City, they're fucking super cool. Super, super, super cool. What do I think about this price action? We're gonna squeeze the fuck out of this. I'm thinking about closing some puts here. I've got a put protection on. I'm like, they're worth 8 cents right now. I don't know if I leave them on or not. I think we're gonna squeeze. And I'm long this market, so I'm long in a big way. I've got 300 call spreads for December, so I'm still bullish here. My money is where my mouth is, so. Yeah, I think you have to do that. I think you have to take the focus off of it being a restaurant. Like, it can't be a restaurant. It's like you have a gaming place. Your focus is on gaming. Otherwise, you're going to get people renting table space from you. You'll have like some asshole come in and he'll buy dinner, and he'll think he can just sit there all night long and fuck you in your restaurant, right? I'm not leaving until I'm done. How dare you try to kick me out of this restaurant? So you got to, like, immediately when you come into this place, you got to know clear as day that you're renting a fucking table. Like, it has to be clear as day. So, 12, the cool part about this is you could do it like this too. You could be like it's $12 a person. If your average food and beverage is 50 per person or something like that. Maybe I'm overcomplicating this. I guess maybe I would. I don't know if you'd want to complicate it like that. So I think like you put the focus on it's $12 a person per hour, and you can eat while you're playing games or whatever. Just keep it simple. Squeezing higher right now. Trading 43 cents on 424. It's basically paying for my puts right now. Still leaving them on. I'm going to look for this squeeze up to the hourly trigger. Maybe pull the calls off, leave the puts on. I'll just leave them sitting there, just hanging on. Or maybe I'll hold them. Fuck it. Maybe just stay in my fucking trade. I'm like, do I go all in here? I'm like looking for. What I don't want to do is this right here. So let me show you what I'm thinking about here. Squeeze up here. Come back down right there. But what I don't want to happen is I don't want my calls to fucking go up here. Sorry for swearing. I don't want my calls to go up here. And then reprice down here. So I'm either going to try to take them off right here. If we roll earlier and then bounce, I'll hold them higher. So if we roll right here and we do the test and go that way, I'll stay in them, but I want to pay for the puts at least. So I'll push this over so you can see it. But I'm wondering, I guess what I'm wondering here is, do I take the calls off if we go up there? I'm going to stay right here and watch how this unfolds. Have a cross coming up on S&P 500. In the next few moments, you'll see that white line cross the red line. You should be getting bullish. If this holds right here, we should squeeze up here. Trade that hourly trigger at the minimum. If not, break above it possibly. I'm still long calls. I got 10 puts and 30 or 25 calls on right now. Maybe I can take the call side off right here, then close the puts right here, then get long on just calls right there. So sell calls, sell puts, and then buy calls right there. So we'll see. See if we can wrangle this. You think the customers would love it, but the owners wouldn't? I think it's doable as a concept. I think like conceptually, well, one of the cool parts is this. So if you do it like RPG based, you can slightly change a bunch of it without having to pay D&D or is it World of Warcraft to have that kind of a themed concept. Hold on here. You're gonna watch me. I'm gonna try to sell calls right here. Try to sell the puts right here and then enter calls right there. Like sell calls, sell puts, buy more calls, something like that. Like you're not gonna have to pay anybody for the concept, right? As long as you like don't use specific things from World of well, not World of Warcraft. I said World of Warcraft. It's not World of Warcraft. I'm not getting my so I'm not, you know what I'm doing? So I'm going to you want to know why I'm going to the doctor? I'll tell you why. No prostate check today. Though I probably need a prostate check. But no prostate. So we're checking right now, early testing this 5-minute trigger right now. I'm actually going to the doctor because my wife had seasonal depression last winter. So last winter it got really gray and cold early in the year. And it didn't get extremely cold last winter, but it got grayish, rainyish, and kind of miserable early in the year. And it stayed like that unseasonably early and then late into the spring. And she had seasonal depression. And so she went to the doctor. The doctor gave her a prescription to deal with seasonal depression. And this isn't like a big thing. It's like a minor drug. I think she got. I don't know if it's minor or not, but I'll have to get the name of it. And so she got this drug for it, and she took it all last year. She took it all last fall, winter, and the spring. She's still on it right now. She doesn't take a ton of it, but she takes it, I believe, once a day. And she says that it's helped her with seasonal depression. So she's like, I'm going to make an appointment for you to talk to the doctor, because we're coming into fall right now, about seasonal depression. So whenever we go through the fall and winter, I'm not from here. You have to keep yourself busy. Like you have to you have to do a lot of stuff to keep yourself busy. You got like fly places to go skiing, fly places to go surfing, hike and bike, and all that kind of stuff. Or Dungeons and Dragons, another way to help with that. And when you go through these winters in the Midwest, if you don't keep yourself like very active, you can experience that. Another similar place would be like Portland or Seattle. If you're from those places, you know what I'm talking about, where you don't have a lot of days of sunshine, and you get like a seasonal mood disorder of some kind. So she was talking to me about it because she did this last fall and I didn't. And I don't like taking prescription drugs. I never ask for prescriptions from my doctors ever. But she had a better go of last winter than I did. She was happier than I was last winter. I take vitamin D. I'm outside all the time. I spend a lot of time outside, but I still struggled last year. So I'm going to go talk to this doctor today and see what they have to say about it, and see if I should go on this drug or not. Yeah, seasonal affective disorder. That's what it's called. That's what my wife had. That is what my wife had or has. She had never taken anything for it either. I'm going to ask her what she takes. So I don't drink alcohol right now. I drink some beer, but I don't drink alcohol. Matter of fact, I haven't. I stopped drinking alcohol months and months ago. Every once in a while now I'll have a cocktail, but it's rare. Haven't been drinking anything. No alcohol. No hard alcohol, I should say. I drink beer still, but what is it called? SAME? I'll bring it up when I go there today. And I'll tell you guys, if they prescribe me something, I'll let you know. I'm full honesty here, so let me write this down. Let me write this down right now, what you're saying. Do any of you guys, does anybody out there know what this stuff is? Have you heard of seasonal depression or whatever it's called? Do you guys understand what that is? What is it called? Same? Hold on, I'll write this down. SAME. I'll look it up. You have it. Same as over the counter. Yeah, some of you say you go through it too, right? So yeah, seasonal affective disorder. It makes me want to move away from Michigan. If there was one part of Michigan, it's like how I deal with it now is I travel. I fly to Utah. I go skiing every winter. I fly to San Diego. I go surfing there, and I get away from Michigan in the wintertime specifically. There's not a lot to do in the winter here. They have everything but hiking, cool places like great scenery, and they don't have great skiing. They've got okay surfing. I shouldn't even say that. Shouldn't even call it surfing, but they have surfing, but it's not. It's more like Florida surfing. I actually take vitamin D supplements. I take vitamin D. I take fish oils, and I take multi-day vitamins. I'm not on any prescriptions. I don't take anything. Oh, I've got dick pills, but I fake those. I don't qualify for them, so I went online and got an online prescription for those, and those are fucking fun. Those are a fucking blast. If you've never had those, here I'm gonna give you guys if you're a man out there, get on the internet. You're not gonna. I don't know about your doctor. My doctor doesn't prescribe me shit. My doctor's like, you're fine, or my doctor will be like, stop drinking alcohol. He'll be like, more exercise, or are you eating bread and pasta? I'm like, fuck yeah. He's like, stop eating bread and pasta. He'll say shit like that to me. So I had to go online to get a dick pill prescription. I filled out the form, and I was like, okay, yes, definitely. I'm definitely experiencing all that stuff. And so they gave me dick pills. But if you're a man and if you're like 25 or older, they're fucking awesome. If you're 16, I shouldn't be saying this. They're fucking awesome. I'm having a fucking blast with those things. But other than that, I don't take anything. So just like normal supplements, like over the counter stuff. I'll take like multi-day vitamins, that kind of stuff. Yeah, he's a good doctor. He's a good doctor. He's a good doctor. Or like my doctor. This is a sign of a boring doctor. He doesn't give shit. He's like you're doing the wrong stuff. He's like, you got to do this and you got to do that. Yeah, I put on some weight from COVID. When I went through COVID, at some point during COVID, I was like, fuck this. I'm going to learn how to make pizza bread or pizza dough. I'm going to learn how to make bread dough too. So we went down that whole thing. Like, we're cooking up everything, like the whole King Arthur almanac. It's like King Arthur's like a flour company from upstate New York or something. Or no, they're downstate New York, I think, but not New York, Vermont. King Arthur Flour Company. They have like a cookbook and like world renowned as one of the best American bread or flour companies. So we went down that whole hole. So I'm like eating bread, pasta, making pasta in the house during COVID. I'm like, got a big garden growing outside. I'm like, this is gonna be fucking awesome. Meanwhile, I go to see my doctor, and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, eating like a king, man. I'm like, he's like, and I'm like, I'm working out still, but I was like out. We were biking every day. We were going all over the place, hiking, biking, but we were eating like fucking pigs right all along with it. Yeah, exactly. The freshman 15. I remember those days. I put on the freshman 15. Totally. Oh, you bought the uni pizza oven? I actually have a brick pizza oven that I built. It's badass. Like an onro is what I built. A Mexican. You don't know what an onro is, or onra. Sometimes they're pronounced onra or orna or arno. Sometimes maybe I'm just hacking it, but it's a Mexican oven. It does a dual purpose of a pizza oven. It's awesome. It came for the kitten carrot tips. You guys want to see kittens? I should grab them. I should bring the kittens in here. Yeah, traders are nice too. Yeah, they're cool. Own rows are cool. They're super cool. They're giant. They're huge. It's big, round. You build a big ass fire in them. Normally, traditionally, like throw shit in there and then close it back up. But we fire it up, and then the smoke's coming out the back, and then I push all the wood back, and then we throw the pizzas on. Pizzas are done, and you ready for this? I'm not shitting you. Pizzas are done in about 40 seconds. 40. Like 40 seconds. Like we actually time it. We have a timer. Like slam it in, 20 seconds, turn it around, 20 seconds, and it's fucking done. So we do this like whole pizza buffet. We do a pizza buffet, right? I'll break out like a bunch of ingredients, right? We bring some friends over. We do this at nighttime too, right? We have a big bonfire or something. Neighborhood friends come over, and then you pick your pizza toppings, and I put a piece of dough on for you with some. Do like the I do a cornmeal underneath, and then it's on a paddle, and then you put your shit on there, and then I slip it in, slip it out, and there you go. You're eating. 40 seconds, dude. 40 seconds, pizza's done. Like in, out. That's how hot that fucking oven gets. We're gonna rub the taints on the stream. You really teach you guys how to feed and you guys want to teach how to take care of a kitten that's lost its mom? I could do that. I now know how to do it. Trading 46 right now, 45 on calls. Just waiting for this squeeze up. I'll pull them off on the hourly trigger, and hopefully we get a rejection there, and I can cut those puts loose. Trading 49 right now, 48. We can show this here. 12:30. Remember that I do have a doctor's appointment today. I'll keep you guys updated on what that doctor's appointment tells me too. If you really want to know, no problem. I shouldn't say that's all I take. I also take I get shots for, hold on a second. I got a sell order in on 424C for 55 cents. See if we can get it. Trading 52. I do take shots in my joints for some injuries that I got playing sport. So every like 6 months to a year or so, I do like I'll have a moment where I can't move. So I will take a shot to the arm, usually my my shoulder or my lower back. I'll take a shot, just so that I can function. I played sports in college, in high school, grade school, and did a lot of damage to my body. Trading 47, back down to 47. It was at 51, 52 at one point. Looking for that last squeeze higher. See if we can get that squeeze up. I don't have a problem down there, but I just want to have a little bit more fun. Yeah. Here we go. We're almost there. Trading 54 right now, 55, coming right into it right now. There we go. Coming up into the hourly trigger right now. Come on now. Touch that fucking thing. Flat on calls, still long on puts. Leaving the puts on all day long. Not going to take those off. Just leave them there. If we get a rejection here, I'll cut out of those puts. But I want to show you here. So if there is a rejection here, I'll cut the put side loose. If we squeeze above and hold here, I'll leave those puts on still and pick up some more calls for upside action into the close. I'll leave the puts on and add, but we have to get above here. And we have to consolidate, and I need this white line to come up so I can take some call sides to the upside. So we'll see how this plays out. See if there's a rejection. We come down here. Oh, hold on a second. I got something going on. Hold on a second. I got something going on in the background I got to deal with. Nice little rejection here. See if they'll give me an exit. Yeah, Brad, I'm with you, man. Like, it's hard enough, like, the dick pills, like, if you, like, I've told the doctor that, and they got denied. I was like, I want the dick pills, and he's like, fuck you, no. You know? Like, I don't need the dick pills, but the dick pills are a blast. They're just fun. You're just like, show your wife, bam, popping one, I'm ready, baby. And you'd be like 13 years old again, running around. What are you saying here? Hold on, let me see what you're saying. My doctor is a chick. I didn't read that, Brad, until just now. Did I could ask her for those pills, Cap? I don't know. Like, I don't think that. I'll say that. So my wife is in the my wife is in the my wife's in the medical profession, and she and my mom is, my sister is. They're kind of like well, my mom is a nurse practitioner. My sister is a something like a nurse practitioner, like a doctor. I don't know exactly what it's called. And then my wife is in the medical profession as well, and she's like, women don't care. So Brad, what I was told is women don't care if you tell them that you want dick pills. They've heard everything, so they don't care, brother. But I understand the feeling of not wanting to say that to your female doctor. Oh, yeah. Who is in the house right now? Who's here right now? Quinn is in the house. Smartest guy I know is in the house. Can you believe that? Who's in the house right now? Smartest guy I know is here. What up, Quinn? Quinn, you want to jump on the stream, bro? You want to do an interview before I leave for my doctor's appointment? From my dick pills? Oh, dude. So Quinn's checking in. He's saying he's a new member here to learn about Bitcoins. Let's see if we can get Quinn on. Quinn, you want to come on the show on audio or video, bro? If in the chat, if you want to come on the show in audio or video and say what's up, you let me know and I'll have you on, brother. You want me to teach you about crypto, bro? Let me teach you how it's a scam, how it's a Ponzi. No worries, brother. I gotcha. My man Quinn is here right now. This guy is wild. If you guys don't or do know Quinn, he's out there trying to beat Twitter right now. He's trying to. I bet you he knows everything about Twitter. He knows the algorithm now. I bet you he could create his own Twitter. Just take the C and D pill, not the VD pill. Apparently, your wife's an amateur cardiologist and porn star. Rocket surgeon. Apparently, my wife's an amateur cardiologist and porn star. Hey, you guys follow Quinn out there? So Quinn, one of my favorite parts about Quinn is that he intentionally tries to. I don't know if I should say this. He intentionally tries to not break, but he's always working on. They're like, here's your out. They're like, here you can take your 4 pennies on your puts. They're giving me an opportunity here. They're like, get out right here, boss. When I first met Quinn, I was like, oh, this guy's super smart, awesome. Then I was like, oh man, Quinn says some really bad shit. But then I figured it out quickly that I was like, Quinn is trying to intentionally game the Twitter system to find out what you should and shouldn't do. You know who else does a good job at this? Is ST Short Seller ST does this too. So he'll run tests and say, watch he'll be like, when I post this stuff, you can see the traction that I get. And so I fell in love with Quinn. Then, of course, I met him in person. He's fucking awesome. And the guy is like, you want to make a 100,000 follower account in 5 minutes? Done. It's fascinating, especially when you know what to do to break Twitter. Whatever, then learning how to break Twitter. I think that's cool. Super fucking cool. Yeah, how do you break Twitter? What do you have to do to break Twitter? And so you run a bunch of different programs and you try to break Twitter, try to find out the ins and outs of Twitter. And it's fascinating. I find it fascinating. And so Quinn can tell you why people have 1 million followers, why people have 100,000 followers, why people have 500,000 followers. How do they do it? So he's the guy that can actually tell you how that happens. And it ain't pretty. It's not pretty. It's definitely not pretty why you get those followers, or a majority of people why they get those followers. Come on, man. Get me out of the put side, please. 12:39. I'm supposed to be leaving. I'll try to stick around until 1. So I've made some money on some calls. Or let's start somewhere else. I lost 7 fucking cents on calls. Then I made a pretty good trade on 25 calls a second time to the upside. When I lost, I got stopped out on calls down here. I got stopped out right here. Stopped out on calls. Re-entered some calls for that trade. Put some puts on over here. They're still sitting on right now. They're 4 cents right now. They're worth nothing. I'm hoping to get out of those puts on some kind of a weak moment before we head higher. I've got a doctor's appointment I got to go to. they're like telling me, here's your chance. Hopefully get a liquidation break so I can get out and be flat. I'd like to be flat into 4 p.m. So I'm not like worried about some 0 to 8 puts in here. But if I don't get let out, then so be it. So I'll just manage the fucking trade for what it is. A little bit of blood right now. 5 cents right now. I need them to be, I'd like to see them be like 8 to 10 cents would be my preference. So we'll see if we can get that or not. A little bit of blood right here. Yeah, we need to interview Quinn again. I agree, Binky. We used to have him on the show more frequently than we do now, but we have to have Quinn on again. We need to have Quinn on soon. Like try to do a full invitation to have Quinn on because he's a fascinating guy. Guy's a genius. He's a do you guys know what Quinn's job is in real life? He's a machine learning and artificial intelligence engineer, I believe. I could be wrong on that, but that's what I think that he is. That's what he does for big tech. He's a badass. Motherfuckers does not fuck around. Smart as they come. He's kind of a genius. So I hold him in high regard. I could Brinky, we could sit there and just like send him like 20 questions or 100 questions and have him pick 20 of them and just pick his brain. Yes, so we are doing the, oh, hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. So we are, I am doing this, the show tomorrow is going to be based on how to use the tool. For people that have the tool. We're going to grant access to moderators, administrators, and longtime friends of what we're doing, the people that we trust, so they can test it and report back. That's going to take 1 to 3 weeks. Could take until like the start of next week. And if we have problems, it could come up to about 3 weeks. But if we don't have any issues that need immediate attention, if we find out by Monday of next week that everything is okay, then I have to wait for the admins and moderators to feel confident, get the white paper, get the videos done and partitioned off. Like Binky has to do some editing to get the videos into a package so that once you get the tool from me, you have a white paper, videos, and you have support from the admins and moderators. So someone's asking, when is the tool going to be released? I want you to know that if I'm going to release the tool to you, I want you to be able to have a support system of people that are familiar. They feel confident. I want you to have a video series so that you can feel confident. And then I want you to have a white paper so that you can feel confident. So it's going to be 1 to 3 weeks before it gets released publicly. Good question. I don't want to just release it to you so that you're like on your own. Like, here, have fucking fun. Although you probably want that, I don't want to give it to you like that. So you're going to get it with a team of people, somewhere between 20 and 30 people that should be able to help you answer the questions that you have. You'll also have that white paper, and you'll have a video series and everything that you need to feel confident. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on here. Let me look. Hey, Canuck Mobile. Hold on a second here. I got to check on. Let me look on Twitch really quick here. Someone said just put me on the mod channel. Hey, man, you guys are scrolling so fast. Good Christians don't talk about their dick pills. Captain Coin, Cap Coin. That's what Quinn and I discussed that. We were like, We should make a scam crypto and a scam NFT and tell everybody it's a scam. Just point blank tell people it's a fucking scam. Buy it now. We should do like a scam NFT and a scam crypto and just point blank, just like say this is a fraud scam. See if anyone buys them. It would be funny if they did. And it would probably go to the moon too. That's the fucked up part. It would probably go to the fucking moon because you're all a bunch of degenerate gamblers. Well, not to the moon. It'd probably go to the moon with like 500 people, like 500 of us. Because you know how you do a bet? Let's say there's like 20 of us and we're betting on the Super Bowl. Like we all put $20 in and the winner gets 500. It'd probably turn into something like that, right? We'll run it up to like, there'll be like 500 of us. We'll run it up to like from 1 penny to like 10 pennies. We'll release like 500 coins. Then someone sells out. We all get fucked and one person in our group takes all the money. Probably Quinn. Probably Quinn. We'll call it the Captain JimJames full Ponzi scam coin and NFT. So terrible. Canuck Mobile. Where are you? There you are. I see it now. I see you now, Canuck Mobile. Canuck Mobile, what is your Discord handle? Not your Discord name. Your handle, like the one, not the one that's not the one that shows in Discord. What's the one that's your actual handle in Discord? Can you type that in Twitch right now? Hey, Bumbledine, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub, brother. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, exactly. It's basically Dogecoin. It's basically Dogecoin. And that's the other, I guess we'd have to make rules for it, wouldn't we? We have to make fucking rules. The rule, I'm going to get in so much trouble with my doctor. We have to make rules for it. We'll like call it what it is, a Ponzi scheme, right? Like call it like CaptainJimJames Ponzi scheme, NFT and coin, right? And then what we'll do is we'll make it so that we like intentionally don't talk about it. We'll like make rules. Like CaptainJimJames will not talk about the Ponzi scam coin unless it's like the most inappropriate moment. So like if it's going up, I won't talk about it, but only if it's like only if it's in the dumpster fire. Like if it's like trading negative, I'll come out and say something like I don't know, fucking make up some stupid. I guess we need some kind of animal mascot or something for it, right? We should totally fuck around with this one day. It'd be hilarious to do in stream. Like find like an animal mascot and like full on tell people it's a scam. Maybe we could donate all of the money from it to a nonprofit or something too. I wouldn't want to make $1 from it, so we could do it to where it's like we know it's a scam, and we know that the exit scam will be to a nonprofit. I don't know, something like that would be fun. I'm reading that, Dr. God. It's hilarious. You could have like the coin with like the original, like the founder be like a nonprofit or something. I don't know how we'd do it, but like it will have the nonprofit exit scam the coin. I guess we'd have to be in charge of it, but like whenever we want to exit scam, we'll be public. We'll say we're exit scamming right now. Go on stream like we're exit scamming and we're to donate all the money to the fucking dog shelter. Fuck you. If I catch both sides of this trade today, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Like if I can exit these fucking puts, I'm gonna laugh my fucking ass off here. Like if I captured the calls, got the fucking puts, it's gonna be ridiculous. Is anybody reading what Dr. Gon is writing on Twitch right now? It's fucking making me cry. Like Dr. Gon said, like in a tweet, spotted by ETH News, Team Just, the developers behind the exit scam, gave a brief but congratulatory message to an unknown Ethereum wallet owner after becoming the lucky recipient of 10,669 ETH. At the time of this writing, this is about 2.8 million. For those of you out of the loop, FOMO 3D is a sort of Ponzi gambling crossover scheme built on Ethereum-based smart charts or smart contracts. Oh, fuck. Oh, Canuck Mobile. All right, Canuck Mobile. We'll deal with it. We're gonna do the switch today, aren't we? All right, brother. I'll give you a shout tonight, bro. I'll give you a shout, brother. I'll just put you in right now until we switch. How about that? I'll do that for you. No. All right. So I'll get you in the room. And then we'll talk about your hilarious. Well, then we'll talk about your TradingView account username. Don't tell anybody here what your TradingView account user, or I guess it doesn't matter if you do here, but I'll get you in right now, brother. I got you covered. Yeah, that's what like Dr. God, we need to run something like that. But we need to run it so that we don't want to profit off it. We just want to give the money away. It'll probably be amongst all of us anyways. What would be, let me ask you guys a question. If we ran something like that, right, where would you want all the money to go? What would be the nonprofit that takes the money? Like, who would we give the money to? We probably can't talk about it on Twitter or anything. It'll just be amongst us friends. Well, who would be the, who do you think we should give the money to? Like, what's like an innocuous, like everybody likes dogs, everybody likes cats. It has to be something that everybody can get behind. Strippers Without Borders. I think everybody can get behind that one. Just call the coin stripper. So bad. Set up a charity. How about this? Before we go any further in this conversation, right? I want to ask Quinn about it and see if we can do it. He talked to me about this recently, so I'll ask him. I'll ask him if he knows if we can do it, how to do it, and how to structure it so that it would, like, no matter what the money would go, not no matter what, but we'd have the exit scam for the nonprofit to get the money. I'll ask Quinn. I'll see what he says. Is it possible? Wolves without packs. Kitty shelter, kitten coins, Caps Cougar coin, bang out with my wang out, puppies and kitties. All right, let me move this to the side. All right, add. Hold on here. Hold on here. It's fucking killing me. Hold on here. Who's Mary's Landscaping could use a few extra bucks? Canuck Mobile. Well, let me check on you right now, Canuck Mobile. Hold on. Give me one quick second, brother. Should I exit my puts? I have to go to, so I'm going to the doctor's in the next few minutes. I got to leave, actually. What do you guys, let me take a quick poll on YouTube and Twitch. Should I leave my puts on for the bell? They're not many. It's only 10. I got 10 puts. It's not, they don't really mean shit. Do I leave the puts on into the end of the day? Do I cut them here, buy calls for the end of the day, or just stay flat? What do you guys think that I should do? Hammer with boner pill ads. Guys, trade my scam coin for dick pills. You think cut them right here? You're saying cut them, keep them, cut and switch to calls, or cut them. Maybe I should double down on the poots. What's up, Tesla Jess? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Yeah, that's what I say. It's like 10. I took 25 calls early. I took 10 calls early and 25 calls to fucking make my money back from 10 goddamn calls. I say I leave them on. I think I leave them on. I want to see this cross here. See this cross that's happening right here? Here. See this cross that's going on right here? Little tiny sneaky like. Now, do I think this is going to happen at this moment? Maybe not. But if it goes something like this, it goes something like, oh, hold on here. It goes something like this. And then the bloodbath. We start trading like that down there. I'll probably be a happy guy. I think I'm going to leave the puts on. I'm going to leave the puts on. See if we trade back and retest this prior low over here. This prior low right here. Leave that little yellow line down there, that 421.18. I'm going to leave him on. I appreciate the input that you gave me in the chat, but let's see if we get like some kind of like bam. And then back up and I can exit the puts. Okay, so let me oh shoot. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is this. I'm going to leave this right here. You got your chart, right? What time is that? Hold on here. 4 p.m. Right there. Okay. I'm going to leave this right here. Here's 4 p.m. I probably don't need that there. Right there. I'm going to leave that right there for you so you can see it. I want to make sure that you have, there you go. I think that's all you need right there. Okay, so while I am gone, I'm going to leave this up for you right here. See if I can auto size that. Perfect. So this one, the bottom chart is on auto, so you'll be able to see if we roll down or up. I've got this one here. I am hoping for a little bit more blood. I'm hoping for a little bit of a roll here and then that move higher. I've got some puts on, not many. I've got a ton of calls on. I don't want to see a break below this. This is where my call spreads are. I want to stay above those call spreads at all times. So I'm going to go to my doctor's appointment here. If we don't have this rejection to the downside, you could have that cross down there, though, then the move higher. We already know that. If we hold right here, we know that we're going to squeeze higher above and begin to trade higher up there. I'm going to put on the news squawker while I'm gone. If you're a moderator, if you're a moderator on this stream on Twitch and YouTube, while I am gone, I'm going to say this one time. So while I am gone, no fucking around in the chat, okay? So if you find anyone fucking around, and not you, but if you find people fucking around in this chat, ban, instant ban. If you don't do that, right, I will be forced to turn the chat off whenever I'm gone. So if we have children, you're not a child. If we have children, you give children so many chances, right? You try to work with them to get what you need to happen done. So you're like the parent. So we've given leeway. And we started with no. First, we had the Russian hooker bots coming in, right? So you got like Russian bots coming in. Then we got other bots coming in. Then we get people that come in trying to steal people, all kinds of whack shit, right? It's craziness. So I'm asking you while I'm gone to manage the chat on Twitch and YouTube. And I don't want to turn off the chat. I want to leave. Let me be honest with you. I want to be 100% honest here. If you guys want this stream on 5 days a week, from 9 until 4 p.m., the way that it goes on, 9 to 4, 9:30 to 4, is where I leave that chat open and shit doesn't get crazy. Sometimes I leave the chat on, I walk away, I come back, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on in here? It's like Animal House. So be the adult, keep people in line. You have full authority to ban any motherfucker. So if you're a moderator, you've got the mod room. You've got the mod room in Discord to have discussions. Right? We had a big meeting. So I'm going to leave this chat open. If anyone comes in here, it's instant fucking ban hammer. I shouldn't say that, but it's true. So hold on a second here. Our chat gets wild. It gets fucking crazy. People come in here and just go fucking batshit. So just, please, till 4 p.m. Show me that you can do that, or show me that you guys can do that, and we'll talk about putting the stream up when I'm not here 5 days a week, with the chat open. Hold on a second here. I got one more thing I got to do. Why did I come on? Why did I do this? Oh, yeah. We got to put on the squawker. Got to put the squawk on. Make sure you guys can hear the squawker. All right. So the squawker's on. I'm not going to turn on Bloomberg Radio because they keep doing the political bullshit. I'm not going to turn on CNBC because it's so delayed. The CNBC audio is so delayed. And I'm looking for I'm going to show you what Cap is hoping for. But this is mostly due to my positioning. This isn't what I think, but I would like to see something like that. I really don't care. I really don't care if it's only momentary. I just need that to get out of puts. So I'll leave what I need to get to happen. Give me the green sword. So the new squawker is on. I'm not going to turn on any radio for you. If you're a member and not a moderator, I want to say to you, follow moderator instructions while I'm gone. If they tell you to be nicer in the chat to each other, listen to them. They have my full backing to manage the chat. So if you're a member and not a moderator, if you're not an administrator from either Twitch or YouTube or the Discord, you are to follow all of their instructions. Those people are here volunteering their time day in, day out. They're helping traders day in, day out. They help investors day in, day out. So please, if you hear some supply down there, you see it right there? So if you're just a member, regular member like that, afford them all respect while I'm gone and follow their instructions. Hey, where we roam, good to see you, brother. Orders are shoot to kill. Yeah, no sound. I know that you guys have made complaints in the past, and I've left the sound on, and they fucking veer right or veer left on that. Like, Bloomberg is becoming horrible. Only recently. They used to be good. They used to be, like, financially driven. Now it's, like, political bullshit that has no politics that matter to the market. So I'm not going to put that on. And CNBC is so delayed that if you're watching it at home, you're going to miss the news squawk. So we're just going to go nothing but news squawker and leave it at that. If you guys like that, that's what we'll do. Okay, I'll be back. And I'll put the stream up now so that if I get back before 4, I'll be back. I'll come on stream with you. So just a heads up. If I'm back before 4 p.m., my doctor's appointment is shorter than I expect. You will see me back on the stream. Binky, thanks for being here today. I appreciate it, brother. Quinn, thanks for being here today. Hopefully Joe Donut's going to pop in here in a minute, and we'll see him at some point as well. Here we go. I'll leave that on right there for you so you can read the chat. And you see the blood coming in right now. Calls are now 9 cents, baby. Woohoo! Watch me win both sides of this fucking trade. I'm gonna laugh here. All right. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna go get dressed. I'm gonna wash my butthole and my asshole. I'm gonna wash my ears out so they can look in there. Brush my teeth so my breath don't stank of coffee. And I'll be back with you guys by 4 p.m. and I'll give you an update on what they say. Later.
shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. $98 counterparties take $1.265 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Reverse repo bids hit the lowest since September 2021. The White House's Jean Pierre says we have been in touch with Schumer's office on the China trip.
So just keeping an eye on the markets here. S&P 500 currently around flat on the session, but it is down spot 1%. The dollar down 0.3%.
US investment grade funds see $4.71 billion in outflow, according to Lipper.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
US high yield funds see $2.6 billion in outflow in the week. NYMEX diesel November futures settle at $2.86 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at $2.18 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $3.16. NYMEX WTI crude November futures settle at $82.31 a barrel. That's down $1.91 or 2.27%. US crude oil futures fall more than $2 in post-settlement trade. Brent crude futures settle at $84.07 a barrel. That's down $1.74 or 2.03%.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
And we have posted the US non-farm payrolls prep document for the US non-farm payrolls that's scheduled to release tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That's on the feed for all those interested. Early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 208 million to the buy side.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 208 million to the buy side. Early market on close imbalance still sitting at 208 million to the buy side. Market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 300 million to the buy side, just waiting for the final orders before we call it. Market on close imbalance, 320 million to the buy side.